Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. And man, is it good to be back. Summer's crazy. I'm very happy to be back with you all, especially with our beloved Monday crew, the Wreckless. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hello.
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 Really excited to jump into tonight. We get a little bit more of a possible lore drop, maybe some insight in on the other side. But before we go into that, we have to say, if you have no idea what the heck this is, hi. We're a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, having 4 parties, existing, living, breathing, captured, questioned, questioning their own sense of purpose and path and all that good backstory lore stuff, in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Imea. So if this is your first time here, welcome. Hope you have fun. I'm currently going through. Like I said, I don't foresee us having to go into any sort of combat tonight, but I'm currently actually taking stuff out from my camp trip as we speak, just to make sure, in case there's anything that I forget that we absolutely need. But we should be good. Yeah. So, super excited. Just some quick announcements starting out. First and foremost, I will kind of give like a little bit of a teaser here, but honestly, there's not enough information to be going on to this. But I did make an announcement to all the Imean folk that we will be adding a 5th campaign. The plan is to be doing it at the end of August. Whether it is fully tied to Imea is still kind of up in the air. I have an idea kind of tickling the back of my head, but we'll see how that goes. So for anyone who's watching, especially those who we had a flood of people coming in asking to join in the Friday game. Thankfully, we have a player for that. But I have been saying to all those people, if you are still interested, make sure you stay up on the social media and all that stuff, as we will be putting out some feelers for that very soon. But also, for those who are interested in maybe doing something that's a little less week to week, we do have our Saturdays still dedicated to our Humblewood drop in, drop out campaign. This week especially, we have 5 people, so we only have 1 spot left. So we might be running a full session, which would be nice. For those that don't know, Humblewood is a chance for those that are even the least like a little bit familiar with D&D to be able to join in a game of a woodland setting, being able to personify their deepest desires to be woodland creatures of the air or the ground, or both. I guess, yeah, I mean, technically both. They take up the air and the ground. Semantics. But yeah, it's really cool. There are a bunch of, obviously there are custom races, as everybody has to kind of choose to be a race. You could be they all have specific names to them. You can be like a mouse folk. You can be specific birds. You could be a mapok, which is like a raccoon, or a badger, depending. A lot of fun stuff with that. There's also a couple custom classes along with that. As well as some fun little items, things. It's designed to be a little more like a little more zany. I'd say in a like lighter, but also like darker in a more cartoonish sort of way. So it's a really fun time. We've been having a lot of fun with it. In the past couple of months, we had to take a little bit of a break earlier this month as I was not here. But we are jumping back in. So if you're interested in joining in, you can do so by following this link, which is startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. It is a way for you to not only be able to check out our Humblewood games, but anything else that we have coming down the pipeline. So some one-shot stuff. Obviously, once we have a new campaign opening up, that's where you would join for that. And it is a drop. Humblewood specifically is a drop-in, drop-out campaign, which means you can join for a single session. You could join for multiple sessions, take a break, come back. You could be just jumping in all the way through. We do have one player that is in there every single session, and we all love him very much for that. Yeah. I believe that's it as far as the game stuff goes. Also, if you are interested in supporting the channel and getting just a little bit closer into the Imaean family or the It's a Long Story family, you can do so by obviously liking and subscribing wherever you're viewing this, which is if it's on YouTube or Twitch, but also checking out our social media where we post a lot of cool clips of like some of her favorite moments. There's this crazy one out that actually has all that Kay has made that has all of my intros staggered and stacked together, which is terrifying to know that my cadence is exactly the same every single time. Don't worry, on Tuesday I plan on making it very confusing for everybody in that. But it's super funny. What's that?
Never again. It's going to be
never again
every time now.
I'm going to do it in Spanish. I'm going to learn Russian just for that part. Super fun. And big thank you to Kay for being able to handle all of that stuff. Please check that out. All of the links for that, or the Instagram and the TikTok for that, is at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. And thank you in advance for supporting the channel. We appreciate it. And I believe that is it for our announcements as of now. So before we get into stuff for tonight, we need to get a recap, as it has been a little bit. We need to get a recap of where we left off so far with the Wreckless. So, Evan, please take it away. Evan, you're muted.
And that was the point. Really, aren't we all muted in this day and age? Okay, so...
That was a wonderful intro. Loved it. Golf claps all around.
All right, so last time we started off with Yoon making a decision of whether or not to shoot a bead of force at a giant shadow bat that was carrying off Ogra, and he made kind of a last-minute call not to do that, and he shot a lizard instead. And so that created a big old clear ball bouncing around, and that did very little. And then pretty much everybody was trying their best in different ways to get Ogra not to be taken off by a giant bat. I believe Zed did a number of things where trying to track the bat, and Kaelinor just jumped straight at it and got caught as well, and then activated an orb of silence, basically that because it's a bat, made the bat have a real hard time figuring out how to go in what direction, and so that was also troublesome. And then eventually, how did Kaelinor get free from that?
Nala used magic to switch.
Switch me, vortex warp, yeah.
Yeah, vortex warp, yeah. And then Yoon very intelligently shot basically a tether at the bat and at Ogra. Did technically, I think, hit Ogra, and then the problem with that is that bats that are giant tend to have a lot of weight and can't be pulled by like 130 pound Loa. So yeah, Yoon got pulled up with the bat, and then was getting kind of beat up, and Ogra decided to help Yoon by doing the old Riddick roll in the rope together, and rolled up the rope until Yoon was in healing distance. And I think that's largely what I recall. By the end, eventually the bat did take Ogra and Yoon away to the cultist camp where they were imprisoned. Yoon woke up to see Ogra being taken away by some guards. He tried to utilize his station and try to negotiate with the guards there, but they weren't hearing any of it. And then he looked across and saw presumably one of Ogra's family or some other goblin named Fisher, who was in the cell across from him and who had been clearly treated pretty harshly. And he told him that his luck was going to improve. And for some reason, he believed him. So I suppose we'll see. I think that's basically where we're at. The rest of the party did sort of join up with the Peck, the little friendly, the little stone people who love doing mining and who were also captured at the time. And they are formulating a plan to rescue Ogra and Yoon.
Awesome. Cool. I believe there, yes, you mentioned the conversation with Fisher. Anything else we missed, gang?
Sorry, I was in and out. Did you mention Kaelinor going into Granny's mind and getting some interesting thing about Ogra? Yeah. That seemed like we saw Ogra coming from a royal Merlenloke ship and kind of had a little Moses situation in the river. And
right, I believe we saw some of the leadership for the Merlenloke or something like that, and they also had pink hair, and it was so
she could be royalty.
I'm really hating that you marked on the Moses thing, and now I'm thinking through everything, going like, oh man, this is a little close to the Moses story. We're just recycling stories, gang. It's what we do.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
All right,
it's a good one.
Gamble. Let's
and then the other thing would be Carr. Yeah, and then Carr did speak with Dead on one of the guys. Of course, we got 5 questions or something.
You got some information about the actual camp and kind of what's going on there. Yeah. So now you're gonna grab that lizard and come and rescue us.
Grab that lizard.
You know him.
Cool. I think that's good. So without further ado, let's jump in. So we are going to start with Ogra. Ogra, I'd like you to give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Mm-hmm. That's actually pretty good. 19.
19, great. So the 19, as you are being dragged, I'm also going to have you roll me a deception. I'm going to say a deception check.
12. Oh wait, deception. Charisma. 10.
10. Okay, cool. As you are being, you find yourself slowly kind of coming to. You are able to hear your senses of. You're able to hear and smell before you're able to kind of fully open your eyes. In hearing, you hear the sound of the metal clank of a latch being shut behind you. You are being carried roughly by what feels to be 2 humanoid figures on either side. You can hear the sounds of metal armor clinking together. I think we'll kind of carry over for that. Actually, go ahead and roll me a perception check based on hearing or smell.
Ooh, that's a nat 1.
Okay, cool. You are not entirely sure without opening your eyes how many figures are around you. But I will also say a 10 is enough to kind of recognize that maybe opening your eyes and showing that you are conscious might not be the best thing to do in this moment. That's completely up to you to decide. As you can feel yourself being carried, almost kind of like dragged, like the tops of your feet kind of like slapping into these wooden slatted steps. As you're moving up and out, you can smell the same sort of like cave scent that tells you that you are not you are still underground, but you are not entirely sure where you're going. Ogra, I'm going to give you a chance in this moment, just in case, to see if Ogra is going to be doing anything as you are being led somewhere by guards.
So she's being like taken like this, like dragged?
Yep, you got it.
Since there's 2 people on either side of me, and they're probably like waist high where my arms are, could she like go into 2 pockets?
I would say you could probably do it on one of the guards, like kind of like finding like a fold in that, if you would like to do that. But it will be a sleight of hand check to do so.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Got it. Cool. All right, throwing dice everywhere already.
That's going to be 23.
Okay.
Got a +5 to that sleight of hand. Raised by goblins, remember?
That's true. I like it. Cool. So as you're reaching in, possibly from like a fold of a cloak that is kind of like draped over the metal armor, you find a slip of paper. It feels like a note that's being held aside. It would not be a good idea to kind of like to try and read it right now or anything like that, but
can't read.
You're able to kind of like, yeah, there's that too. So you kind of crumple it into your hand. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Is there any like noises coming around me?
I'll say after you move up to the. Okay, cool. After you move up to what feels like the past the stairway, where you kind of get to the top part of the stairs, you start to hear the sound of like a murmuring, just the like kind of like low rumble of murmuring sort of people in crowds, all seemingly speaking a mixture of common and a language that I don't think you've well, actually, I'll check your character sheet real quick. Yeah, a language that you do not understand, but you may recognize. I'll give you just a chance for it. I'm going to say I'll say the DC 15 history check.
That's going to be 8.
Cool. Yeah. So, and then another language you don't recognize. You hear shouts being given every so often. You also hear this nasty sort of piercing screech, but it sounds like it's so distant. You immediately are familiar with this as you're kind of coming back to your senses, and hearing that as the giant shadow bat that as your memories kind of coming back to you, that might have carried you here. Unless there's anything else. As you are being pulled along the walkway, you can actually feel once again the bottoms of your feet, because you're rather tall, correct?
Yeah.
You can hear you can feel that there are spaces between the planks, and I think even natural one perception check, but I'm going to say with this, given like maybe your abilities as a druid in kind of like understanding the space around you, it feels like whatever is being walked on is rudimentary made, almost like goblin made, I'd say, in the idea of the functionality of it. It doesn't feel like you can actually feel like even the creaks as you're being brought by. But eventually, you are carried up another set of stairs and then brought into a room that you can immediately feel the warmth of a fire. And you are roughly sat onto a chair. Your arms and legs are chained up, and you hear a door clank shut. And you hear footsteps start to leave and walk away. I think, up to you, but I think probably feeling like maybe this is a space where Ogra can open her eyes.
Yeah, Ogra's just going to be like this, and she's going to do it. Like one eye.
Cool. As you are looking around, you see there are sconces on either side of the doorway that is heading out. You can see there is it is a wooden door, but with a like small sort of like portcullis like slat of a window that is just able to peer out from the eyes. You notice that beneath you is what feels like a very nicely furnished rug. Looking down, you can see bright blue patterns showing some waves like iconography on it. And right in front of you is a large wooden table with a single candle burning closer towards the opposite end of you, and a chair that is facing across from you, totally empty. There's no one else in this room right now.
Just like checking the chains.
Yeah, cool. Give me I'd say this is like to kind of like check the idea of like, could I break through these? I'll give you athletics on this. I think that's
that's a 15.
With a 15, you feel, as you kind of like try to like lift your hands a little bit, you actually feel there's a little bit of like maybe a give from the left one, but certainly not enough than the idea that you were able to do that in loosening it. It just seems like there's just enough to be able to kind of lift your hand maybe 2 inches. For the rest of it, it feels like it would be, you said 15?
Yeah.
Okay. 15, I will say you'll at least know that it is around the ballpark of having to be past a athletics check of a DC 20. It's at least past that. As you feel pretty solid.
As I'm sitting in this chair, I'm just going to like focus on the one I have given and do chill touch on it. Try to freeze the chains a little.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second here. Chill Touch does have a verbal component.
Ugh. Can I try whispering it?
I'll tell you straight up, it is a deception or a stealth check to be able to see if you're able to do so without being noticed. You're not entirely sure if there's guards on the other side of this door or not.
I'll do the stealth.
Okay, cool. Yeah, give me a stealth check.
And I have advantage on stealth.
Is that based on an item?
My boots. Did they take the boots?
I would say they probably took the boots.
Okay.
They took the boots off your feet? Ugh. Brutal.
Otherwise, you wouldn't feel the slats in the wood.
Oh my god. What a perv.
I know. Just taking an unconscious woman's boots off there.
Disgusting.
Okay, a 14.
Okay. As you start to mutter the spell, you immediately see eyes appear in the slats, and you hear keys jingling in a lock. It is your choice if you'd like to finish that spell.
Yes.
Okay, you got it. Go ahead and roll. You definitely hit it. Go ahead and roll the damage for me.
1 sec. That was 2d8. Oh, 9 points of damage.
Okay, cool. With a 9, I'm going to roll something for the guard. Okay, cool. With a 9, you do feel like one of the links seem to kind of like pop off, giving you a little more room to move out. But the door flies open. You see a guard as quick as any soldier pulls a sword and points it right up to your neck, pushing your head up to face him. As he says to you, "Do that again, and it'll be the last thing that you do." As he says this, you see his face is frozen in place, but his eyes all of a sudden seem to snap open as a voice behind him goes, Now, that is no way to treat a guest." As you see his body start to, you see blackness kind of come up from the veins around his neck, coming up to his, up into his face. You see him choking, and as the spell is let go, you see him just kind of drop to his knees. Of course, Captain. My apologies. And you see him literally crawl out of the room. Standing behind him, tad bit shorter, but noticeably probably about maybe, I'd say about 5'6", 5'7", is a woman with pink hair and a bandana that seems to wrap around and has an eye patch that is set into it, low upon the left eye. Noticeably, this woman's hair is a very bright pink, especially in the candlelights you see. You see her look you up and down. You notice that as the guard exits, 2 other guards come in and stand and wait by the door as the door is closed behind you. The woman is holding on to the back of the seat. You feel her examining you. "Do you know who I am?"
Well, it's kind of obvious. Again, Ogra, sorry about the eye, but you were shooting at Ogra first.
Is that all of you know of me?
Well, And you're bad? Ogra will admit, a lot of the times when people talk in the group, Ogra isn't paying attention or doesn't really get it.
As you are saying this, you see her kind of make her way over around to the to your side of the table. Pity. You see her put her hand to just kind of like touch a little bit of your hair.
She's gonna like pull back.
I'll say like she kind of like maybe is like able to kind of catch the end as you're not able to pull back all the way. Well, seems you have an idea of me. Would you mind telling me who you think you are? She kind of comes back to the other side of the table and will go to take a seat as she listens.
Ogra's Ogra. Ogra doesn't know what else to say to that. Again, if this is about the tower, Ogra's sorry. Yes, Ogra liked it, but if you want it, you can have it. It's more trouble than Ogra thinks it's worth. The second place was even worse with the Sea Witch.
And what does Ogra think the tower's worth?
Well, they're important.
You are as dumb as they come, aren't you?
How close is she to me right now?
I'd say about maybe 3 feet, like across the table.
Ogra's just gonna give her like trying to do like a hiss, but it turns into a growl, and she tries to stand up, and the change stopping her. Don't call Ogra stupid.
I didn't. I called you dumb.
That's the same thing.
Well, I can see why she tossed you out. I was hoping you would be able to help me with something. Something that is very important for the good of all things, the good of the world. A power that your mother possesses, that I possess somewhat. And judging by your sudden interest in the tower, you may have as well. I'm looking for a device. There are many of them. But unfortunately, this one is not something that can be designed or made by modern hands. Something that was brought into existence a long time ago. And she kind of like takes a second, just kind of like looks back at the doorway of the two guards. She does just a little kind of like nod, and you see both the guards kind of turn and walk out. You see, those devices are extremely important to linking our ways of information, our abilities to increase our sharing the good word. It looks like a sun and a moon placed in a small metal chamber. There are many small cables attached to it, and it moves like this. Have you come across anything like that, Ogra?
Before Ogra says anything, where's Yoon?
I am aware that you were not brought in alone. Unfortunately, it is not who I assumed it would be. I believe your friend is imprisoned but unharmed.
So is it like a room you're looking for, or? And you said something about Ogra's mother, which Ogra doesn't get, because, like, Granny said she dropped Ogra off and never came back.
She did she? Tell me, the necklace that was around your neck, this, as she holds up the necklace that you recognize as yours. Did Granny give you this as well?
Yeah, Granny said it was Ogra's, mother. And so it's Ogra's.
Interesting. So having this, you know that you have a mother that's not goblin.
Of course Ogra's mother's a goblin. What else would...
No, not goblin.
No. Is a goblin.
I'm not going to continue to have that conversation. If you want to believe that you're a goblin, fine. That's great. You're not much better in class anyways. It's besides the point. Please don't make me have to use magic to find this out. I would rather we handle this amicably. Helping out both you and me. So I will ask again. It is called the Solaris Lunaris. It is a small metal object. It shows a depiction of a sun and a moon in it. It moves circularly. And I need it.
Well, Ogra needs Yoon here. He's the smart one. You bring Yoon here to tell Ogra what to say, and Ogra will.
Are you too stupid or dumb to be able to answer for yourself?
Again, Ogra isn't stupid, and she's like doing this again still. And as I'm doing it, I'm trying to loosen the chain that I've already loosened.
Okay. I would say like in front of her, there's a pretty high stealth check. You'd have to go from that. So I just want to make sure that you understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you're kind of like doing it as a full like aggression thing, I just want to make sure that's clear.
Okay.
So do you still want to do that?
No.
Okay. So we'll say like you're making those movements for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll roll like a luck check there. Okay. You seem to be upset about me using that word, yet you're having trouble being able to speak for yourself. If you knew who you really were, you would know that this Yoon is very much not on your level, Ogra.
The table is just the table and it's in front of me, right?
Mm-hmm. You're chained to the chair.
Can I use, like, kick the table to go against her?
Your feet are chained to the chair as well.
Ugh. You have hurt Ogra. You took Ogra's family. You killed Ogra in different timelines, apparently. And you people are the bad people
What
from
did you say?
What?
What do you mean different timelines?
You know, like time is a tree walking in a water type of thing? It's a goblin expression.
Deception check.
That didn't count. Deception. I don't know why I'm checking. It's still gonna be 0. 13.
13, okay. Goblin expression. Seems there is more to you than meets the eye, which is good, because besides your hair and your eyes, there is not much to be seen.
Well, at least Ogra has both of hers.
For now. In these different timelines, have you seen a specific person in any of them? Would have taken different forms, but they all would have shared some sort of commonality. Female. Piercing blue eyes. Much smarter than you. One of the names would have gone by Selma.
Oh, Ogra's not gonna say anything right now. Ogra knows that some things shouldn't be said, But Ogra has met a rocktopus, like, more than once.
Fine. You see her get up from the table, go over to the door. Vire, please find this Yoon that would be in the brig, and do me a favor and bring me one of his eyes, please. You immediately hear a...
Wait.
Belay that order. Turns back to you. Yes?
Before Ogra talks, she just wants to say this. And this was really something coming from Ogra, but you're acting like a real bitch right now. And Ogra doesn't use that language, so that's saying a lot.
What I asked for.
Ogra saw cave paintings that had that name on it.
Deception check.
Come on. Oh my god, 3.
You best go get his tongue as well.
Can I try to break that chain that I have now?
You can if you want.
Yes. Why did I roll 2 at once? Okay. Would this be athletics?
Yes.
15.
No luck. Thankfully, that is low enough that also she doesn't seem to need drastic measures as well. You can try as you might. You might even be able to break through those chains, but I assure you that if you do...
She brought us back in time a few times. Ogra doesn't remember the first time, but she remembers the second time when you blew us up with cannons.
I see. Do you know where she is now?
No.
Okay. Surprisingly, something that you don't know, I believe. Now, you silly half-breed buffoon. Tell me where the device is.
In all honesty, Ogra completely forgot where it was. We saw it in the tower, in the timeline where it's night all the time, but other than that, Ogra hasn't seen it.
You saying this out loud?
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you a history check.
Really, like, do we know where it is? Did we take it with us?
Yeah, you guys took it.
Yeah, we took it.
It's in the backpack.
I mean, I know where it is personally, but I'm just curious whether we all know that it's like with Riaris. Because it was with Riaris, but did you have your backpack like?
Yeah.
When you came back.
Yep.
Okay, so you still have it technically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but still, I could imagine that we're pretty confused about who has it at this point.
Yeah. What was that history check?
Oh. A 14.
High enough to not be in your favor. Go ahead and roll me a deception check.
I suck at deception. 15.
I grow tired and bored of this game. You took something from me.
Or didn't take anything. You attacked
She
Ogra
lifts
for
the
no
eye.
reason.
She lifts the eye flap, and
Oh.
you see this like sunken in, missing eye socket.
Well, when you put it like that, but that was a total accident. You attacked Ogra for no reason, and it was just a lucky, good shot, but a bad one on your end.
It's funny. I assume you've never played cards, as you would need to have an inkling of intelligence to do so, but if you did, you would understand the term deck stacked against you. I have your family. I have your friend. I have you chained. And trust me, you do not need those chains. Tell me what I need to know, and you will live another day. Not just you, but whatever family you have left rotting in the hole below this encampment.
Is she close to my face doing this, or is she still like 3 feet away?
I think she's like leaning. Yeah, I think she's like leaning on the table now with this.
3 inches away, or
No.
okay. I'm gonna try one more time though to reach and to grab her.
Grab her? Okay,
try
cool.
to break the chain and grab her.
You got it. Go for it.
Come on. Oh, thank God. Athletics. 19.
Doesn't do it. But I will say at a 19, go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw.
Um, 18.
18 is on the die, so 18 saves. Incredible. As you go to kind of like push and break through the chains, you feel this moment where you feel like your heart stop for a second. You feel like your body is unable to move just for a second, but you're able to kind of push through it. As you feel a hold person being cast on you by assumingly this woman, and she sees you push through. Wow. Impressive.
I think
Probably
Ogra pushes through. She feels it and she just hits her head on the table to try to break it out.
Okay. Cool. You got it. So yeah, just she says impressive. You slam your head on the table. Oh. Well, the action shows one side of your blood, but the pursuit and push off of my spell shows that you're not entirely useless. So again, Ogra, for the last time, and we're going to cut from there. We're going to cut to Yoon. Yoon, you are sitting in a jail cell. It is murky. You can hear the drip of a space in kind of like the back corner that is hitting the exact sort of the same sort of spot of rock and dripping off down. And it's exactly the same sound every time, and it's quite annoying. You see Fisher kind of like leaning his arm sort of through the slats between your cell and his cell. As what has Yoon been doing for the past, we'll say, 2-3 minutes?
I mean, he does an initial sort of just exploration of the small cell that he's in. I think he might test the door a little bit and take a look at it, kind of where the lock is and whatnot, just kind of, see what's going on there. And then he has 1 HP, so he probably just sort of like sits down on the ground, leans back against the bars. He's trying to look very casual and confident, but at the same time, he's beat up. So he sort of, puts an arm up on like on whatever, if there's a bench or a toilet or a bar, just to look casual. And maybe picks up a rock and just starts doing little sleight of hand tricks with it, since he doesn't have his cards, doesn't have a coin, he doesn't have anything on him, presumably. Besides, he could bring out his gun if he wanted to, but I don't think that's the time to do it. So he just sort of is, picks up something and just sort of makes it disappear, brings it back, makes it disappear. Just sleight of hand stuff, just to pass the time and kind of look like he's waiting for them.
Fisher, who is watching this happen the whole time. Can you do that with a key?
If I had a key, yes, I could, but I can't do it with the key somebody else has on them at the time. But unless I was, if I was touching them, I could do a lot of things.
You doing this with like a coin, maybe?
Well, like I said, since there's not much here, it might really be just like a little piece of metal that fell off, and it's debris of some kind, just whatever is kind of around that he just kind of like starts doing it with.
Cool. Yeah, and his natural one, Fisher's like, there's our chance. Could you? Okay, well you're magically making it disappear, right? So could you like just form it into a key?
Well, I can't do that one yet. But I have some other things I could do, some of which require me to I just need about an hour to stop bleeding a little bit and to take a breather. There was a lot that went on, and then I can make a lot more disappear and reappear than a scrap piece of metal. You
said a lot of words there, so I'm going to assume that's a no.
Not currently. If you have a small piece of metal, I could try. I don't know what these locks are locked with, but I can always attempt it. I don't think they like it when you break out, and I am, just to reiterate, just so close to just, I think, being dead. Real close. So I know I usually look pretty good for just give it some time. I know your time here has not been great, but I think in just a little bit longer, and I'll come up with something. It won't be magicking a key out of this piece of I think this is the ceiling that has fallen down. I can't magic that into a key, but I might be able to magic us out of the cell.
Okay, great. Anything I could do to? I'll just hang out here.
So if you can get me an hour, that's what you can do. We'll see I'm not sure what or how often they come in, or when they serve our dinner, or we'll.
That's if they remember. It's hard to tell when time passes down here, but I'm sure I've missed a couple meals.
Well, you look great for having maybe it's little diet suits you.
Really?
I only know one goblin. So compared to that goblin, you look phenomenal.
That other goblin isn't Ogra, right?
No, I'm aware of that. she's welcome to feel how she feels, but I am aware of the sort of
because she's
reality of that. Well,
yeah.
I mean, biologically, yeah.
Right. Because she's huge.
Yeah, she's very large. That would be a large goblin. But there are some species of animal that have variations in like the domesticated dog has. They're very small and very almost 3 times the size. Some dogs versus some other dogs that come. We see all kinds of pets and things come into port.
I feel like you're associating my race
right,
with
there
dogs.
Might be you're right, there might have been it was unintentional. The other goblin I knew, you know Fang?
Yeah.
That was the other goblin that I knew.
No goblin divorce, it sounds like.
No goblin divorce.
That's a pity. Just then, there is a sound of the door latching open. Also, you asked about the lock. The lock, I think, is just like a coiled metal chain that just has something that would be like similar to like a padlock on it.
Right.
So it's very crude, but it is metal on metal. However, there's certain parts of your jail cell that is like just a very heavy hard wood, probably like a tropical wood, so it is actually extremely dense but not impenetrable. As you hear keys jingling open and a door opening, you hear there is one figure that is in the darkness of this room, that you presume is sitting down, because as soon as there's a tin hut that is yelled behind him, the figure immediately kind of kicks out his chair as he stands up. And a figure walks into the room. Figure's about maybe, I would say probably no taller than maybe 4.5 feet tall. You hear the metal clanking. You notice, I think the first thing you notice as we'll say from the camera sort of viewpoint of seeing this figure, is that this figure is not wearing any shoes. But you hear the armor jangle as this figure moves, looking past Fisher's cell and walking over to you. Eyes you up and down. Oh. Greetings, Loa.
Finally, someone who understands. And what might your name be?
You can call me Captain Byron. I am the facilitator of this shithole, and I apologize for any mistreatment my gods gave you. I assume, based on your robes and lack of any permanent damage, that you're possibly of more noble birth than what would befit this area.
It's not been my favorite place I've stayed, but I've done a lot of carousing. I've seen my share of gutters and alleyways. Not a lot of entertainment. I am Yoon Aurelian, patriarch of House Aurelian. All I was out just seeing, there's a bit of a kerfuffle back home with the Anbao, and Junbei is taking care of it, but I am taking a temporary vacation, and I happen to be in Chase. I met someone, what was his name? Reginald. He ended up talking to me about some of your plans. I mean, not really your plans. I don't think he knew a whole lot, but I've been wrapped up in a lot. It's something that happens to me. But something about DM something, and I thought that maybe House Aurelian, with our resources, could collaborate with the Merlenloke. There are some. I've heard that you may be awakening some great powers, and maybe you need someone with resources and connections to wield that in the direction that you wish.
Right. Well, I appreciate the offer of help. Unfortunately, I would say that even being of my station is the lowliest of all captains, as I do call this place home. I imagine that a high-standing Aurelian, you said, would be able to show some sort of proof, certification of this noble birth. I believe you, but unfortunately, the Merlenloke way, as you kindly put it, forces my hand in such matters.
Well, if you'd bring me my things, or if you need to go through them yourself, that's fine, but tell everyone not to drink the vials that are in there. I need those. They're a part of what helps keep me going and, kind of helps me get out of some sticky situations. But those are mine. And inside there should be a sigil of House Aurelian, which is meant to prove my identity. I can also give you all of the names of any of the suzerains or patriarchs of the island of Ferran. I can bore you with the history of House Aurelian and the city of Chukan and the tower, but there's been a lot of goings on. I'm a fairly new patriarch, but I am the current patriarch of the house, which means that I have, if I was home, the ability to wield a great deal of resources.
I see. Well, Tread, why don't you go ahead and look for that sigil in the bag? Apologies, as I said, I believe you, but any further proof that you would say to me is going to fall on deaf ears, as I am not a book-learned individual. Are you aware of the company that you are traveling with, Mr. Aurelian?
Well, I know that at least one of them, our captain, is completely out of his mind. I chartered a ship to try and come here, again, just visiting areas, and he claimed to be an admiral at some point, and then was captain again, and I know them in the same way you know traveling companions, the other people on the ship, but I don't know a lot about them. There's, the woman with the pink hair, there's, I think maybe another one of your rank who was maybe coming home. I'm not really quite sure. But I'm not. I haven't known them very long.
I see. Well, And I say at this point,
the little one actually could use some help. So if you have anyone who like knows, you have a counselor on hand, maybe. If you happen to find him, he could think he needs to talk to somebody.
You say little one, and you see him kind of like sneer a little bit at that, like kind of like pulls back a little bit. Is there a sigil on your back?
Yeah, there is. It's part of the kit from the. I have the noble background, so it's like part of what comes with that.
Yeah. I love it. Cool. Does look at the sigils. Well, it seems that we have a very powerful captor or ally, as it were. I imagine that you're wanting to be out of here as soon as possible, and I promise you that I will try my best to expedite that process. But I will need a couple of things from you in return. Tread, why don't you take Mr. Fisher and give him his dinner outside of this room. Tread unlocks the door, goes to grab Fisher. Fisher immediately actually pushes back, takes a swing, and like just punches him in the face. Manages to connect because he rolled a 19. But is able to is eventually apprehended and pulled down. Terrible thing with goblins. Always so aggressive. As you hear the door kind of shut behind you. May I be frank with you, Mr. Aurelian?
If I can still be Yoon, then sure.
Yoon. I'm not sure how much you know about the Merlenloke order, but I can tell you that those that do not have the scroll on them typically are assumed to have it all in their head. As you can see, I do not have such thing on me. But if you were to ask me to recite off the ridiculous and lavish and boasting it's all rubbish.
Yeah, heed the whispers. It's what is that? It seems kind of pompous, like I hear whispers, and it's and that I've seen one of the scrolls, and it is long.
That it is, and I can assure you it took much convincing to allow me to move about freely without it. But I am of the order, Yoon, and I have to abide by the higher-ups that choose to make my home a temporary workspace. I would like them to not be here, to leave and allow me to continue my duties and lifestyle. So I am trying to be real and honest with you. There is a woman here, Captain, that is not above my position, but way above my station, that feels that is fitting to be able to tell me what to do in my own home. But it seems the best way to get her to leave is to make sure that this Ogra goes with her. So I imagine, as many of her kind have been putting up quite a fight on allowing that to happen, I imagine she will be doing the same. And knowing the Merlenloke way, you are, unfortunately, for both of us, a pawn in that game for now. So I would ask that if you are involved in any way, that you would just try to help me in making sure that things go along swimmingly so that both you, Yoon, are able to be given a charter back to your island or wherever you see fit to go. If you indeed are wanting to connect with the Merlenloke and ally yourself with them, I can make sure that my fastest ship gives you a way there. Or anywhere else. But I would just ask you to play along. As I am telling you that what I will get out of it is people getting out of my hair.
Cultists, am I right?
Indeed.
But to be clear, they don't intend to feed Ogra to that giant bat creature. You know, bats often eat fruit. You don't have to feed them goblins. Is that a dietary thing? It's probably, I feel like it would make it sick. Not to say anything about, some goblins, I suppose. And if they're kept here, it's high. Anyway, they're not going to feed her, particularly to the bat?
Trust me, she remains well fed either way. But no, I don't imagine that Ogra is worth her appetite. Or is more worth than her appetite, at least according to said captain.
Well, I go typically where the wind takes me. If you need anything from me, want me to cooperate, or you have any if you need anything to get these people away from your home, I think I understand that. And I'm just looking to, I was looking to have a good time. At this point, I think I'm just looking to leave and have a good time elsewhere. If I'm to be left in the cell, is it possible you could bring me my deck of cards? It's just something to do.
Roll me a persuasion check.
$13.
Okay. I would be happy to facilitate your stay here as long as need be in any way that I could, but I would need something from you in return, whether that is information that you imagine that this captain would need, or an assurance to comply to whatever she is wanting.
Well, I am happy to make any promises anyone wants me to make. I'll promise whatever, or swear, if there's some sort of oath, I'm happy to do that. Information. I suppose you could ask her if she knows a Gadara. Maybe she'd be interested in that person, or aside from that, I mean, I know the names of the crew members that I sailed with, but not much more than that. You know, you play cards with people. You don't just necessarily get all their information in one boat ride.
Well, apologies for the
bird person.
Apologies for the open candor on this, and if this is something that does bother you in any way, but it does sound like there was a traitor in your midst, at least along with what Ogra was wanting. Information on that figure might be useful, as it does sound like there has been somewhat of a rift between Captain Aloria and her.
There was another woman who dressed very similarly to the people here, but I felt like she you know, had some family in the organization, and you know, I can't imagine her trying to leave it for some reason. Maybe it's just an internal conflict and, you know, politics or something like that, and maybe there's some branch that would be more willing to accept her besides here. But as far as information, I mean, I know she's still alive the last time I saw her, and I know her name, but more than that, I could tell her what I saw on the ship, but there's not a whole lot else I can give there. But
my understanding, the tracking of the Merlenloke becomes difficult if they happen to misplace or destroy their codex. Does she have
the scroll?
Have yes.
I saw the scroll. I think it's still there. I mean, that seems a bit silly. It's paper that they're sailing around all the time. The ships get flooded with water. At one point we went over a waterfall. It's you know, if
I can assure you, Yoon, you are speaking true, but as not really sure how much you know about this cult, but the idea of practicality in these matters is not what's paramount to them. They are more interested in fealty.
I have, you know, cult problems of my own back home, so I have some understanding of how that goes.
You understand. Very well. I will transfer this information upward, and we'll see what comes out on the other side. In the meantime, as long as there is some good that comes from it, I can assure you that your meal, which will be coming soon, hopefully will have your cards placed upon the plate. And if there is anything else, just talk to Tread. He will listen, at least.
Much obliged. Just remember to tell them not to, you know, sometimes maybe this organization has better security or better loyalty, and you know, people will go through things that aren't theirs when they're, you know, captured or ransom. There's a lot of ransoming that goes on the island. They're mostly pirates after all. Tell them not to drink the vials in there. It's you know, they're worth a lot and not something I would want to lose.
I understand and can appreciate the want of preserving things that we cherish. On that note, I apologize if this seems curt or anything but polite, but Yoon, I would ask you to be careful with your words surrounding her. She is the closest thing to me, and I do not like her being talked about as if she was just an ordinary animal. We understood?
Very.
Very good.
And when I get home, I know this is where you live, but if there's anything you'd like, I will be happy to send it on one of our fastest ships back to you.
Appreciate it. Well, Yoon, it is best that I leave you be for now, but I promise that I will do what I can. Thank you.
Very
and he turns and walks off. You hear clicking open, and as you hear the door opening, you hear the sound of the footsteps that are kind of walking off. Before the door closes, I think you kind of like hear it sort of like starting to like kind of come to a close, but then kind of gets opened back up as you see two guards open Fisher's cell and throw an unconscious body into it. And with that, we'll pause you there. Very cool. In the meantime, we are back for now in the cave. As you all are kind of collecting yourselves, trying to kind of figure out what to do next, there is a clear moment of having to be pushed back into the tunnel systems, and I believe that's where we kind of left off with you guys. I'll say if you guys are continuing to travel out from the area where you came, you can just let me know that, or if you are taking this opportunity to try to kind of collect yourself and stop somewhere, we can say that that's what you're doing as well. So yeah, so if someone wants to let me know what the general plan is for the group or immediate movement.
I mean, above the table, I don't know what we remember what we were going to do. I think getting out to a safer spot is good. I think we all need to find a way to rest, unless anybody else disagrees.
Yeah, and grab the lizard on the way out.
Of course, that was a given.
Yeah, out is good, and yeah.
Yeah, I think heading out.
You got it. Sweet. So I'm going to say I'll ask for a group. I'm going to say a group survival check.
From Car.
17.
Can't wait to sleep. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
11.
19.
Okay, cool. The ones that failed just failed below, and the ones that succeeded succeeded above. So we'll call that a general success. As you are all able to escape from the tunnels in a quick enough fashion to be able to do so quick enough before there are Merlenloke on your tail. So with that, you guys are now back out into the jungle as you are able to collect yourselves, kind of catch your breath a little bit. I'll say, just for the sake of simplicity here, we'll say that you guys are you are at a spot where even if guards were able to come out, they wouldn't necessarily be able to see you in that moment. So, yeah. So you guys are collecting yourselves around.
Did the Pecs come with us?
The Pecs did. That's exactly what I was rolling for. The Pecs did come with you. So we have Nala, the Pecs, Granny, as well as if Lychee's still around.
It would be 1 hour.
Okay. So we'll say for it takes a little time to come out of here, so I'd say Lychee has another 10 minutes. But yeah, I'll take it from there. What do you guys want to do?
I'm gonna search the area, get a general sense of where the blood drops are trailing off to.
So remember, the blood drops went towards the encampment.
The opposite way.
So you guys are going the opposite way.
Okay, we're going the opposite way. Okay.
Yeah.
I think as we get to the point, we also go over to Kaelinor. Seems like a decent spot. But we should set a perimeter, maybe, before we try to get. What time is it, Dan?
That's a good question.
Where's the moon at?
I think when you
How
guys
many moons are
came
there?
in, everything looks to be the timeline of where you started this journey in. I don't rightly remember. I'd say probably maybe we'll keep it simple and we'll say like about maybe like 3 p.m.
Okay.
Still afternoon.
Yeah, perimeter sounds like a good idea.
Just to set up before, just so we know what's around us. I am extremely tired, but I could use help doing that car. Nala, anybody?
Take the sky and look around. I mean, not too high, but just see what there is to see.
Yeah, we'll say setting a perimeter. That's not too hard. I think you guys just do that, and they'll say like mechanically speaking, that would give you like advantage on perception checks that you guys would have before their stealth checks. If there was a bunch of them coming out looking for you. But I will say, I think Car, as you take to the sky, I was like, go ahead and give me a perception check. You're muted.
I thought I hit unmute. I'm sorry. 18.
Oh, good. Nice. Cool. So I think as you are scouting, first things first, you feel the warmth of a figure kind of come up with you as you are scanning around. So this is going to be happening while you're having this conversation. You see Nala kind of come to go. All right, so Kaelinor kind of seems like she's kind of a dud with this, so I don't know if that's because she's gone triple agent or what, but
a dud? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I saved her so that we would actually have a fighting chance on being able to get in there, but for some reason she doesn't seem to know anything about anything.
Okay. Car is noticeably just taking in what she's saying and trying to not say something back.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Fine. I get it. Yeah. You've been with her for a while, so you don't want to say anything bad or truthful about her. It's fine. What's the plan here? I mean, I could, you and I could probably just fly over this mountain and kind of like cut the time in half. But I just don't know if the two of us are gonna cut it.
No, we wouldn't. Definitely not.
So with that 18,
yes,
you notice that there is an area that is this is tricky for Car to be able to kind of determine, but I would say you do see an area where actually scaling the mountain seems to be possible here. And the idea of actually being able to kind of cut your time in half instead of having to go around to the other side. It's an area that would, like mechanically speaking, would require some checks, right? So some athletics checks, but would probably be able to get you there maybe by nightfall if you're fast enough.
All right. Just in case something happens to Car, I point that out to Nala. So that way she knows where it is as well.
So she also rolled an 18, so we'll say that she sees it. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Most of them can't fly, so.
Right. Yeah. I don't know how well they can climb either, but yeah, that'll work, I guess.
They can climb with more facility than they can fly. At least in regards to Zed and K. I don't know about Riaris. Those wings, they just.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that either. Just have them or lose them, man.
It's very weird. Like, I don't know. Anyway. Is there anything else? I'm going back and forth from muting because I have small puppy that sounds like grown dog.
No, you're fine. I don't think with that perception check, there's nothing else that you notice, like as far as like dangerous wildlife or anything like that. You don't see that. You do see like honestly, I think with an 18 is enough to be able to kind of see like you're just able to see just like past like over the trees above the canopy. You're able to see like the just the like kind of like outline in the very far distance of a singular bell tower that is far off, but still there.
Okay. Okay, I will return to the party and take to the ground about 4 or 5 steps in front of Riaris.
Cool.
Walk over to him.
Riaris will say that you're probably like on the ground, like trying to just make sure that everything is like cleared out.
Yeah, I think Riaris kind of did a perimeter, kind of put my stuff down, and I think Riaris lets out like a very silent, like but probably audible, just emotions of like fuck, like just like letting out the reality of the situation. Then Car lands right in front of him, and he's like, jolts back a little bit.
Perfect. Cool.
Yeah. Hi. Don't worry. You're not dead. So. The over in that direction, there's someplace that might cut travel time if you guys want to climb, or I don't know if Kalen and Zed want to climb and you want to fly. I'm not sure. But other than that, sorry, I am losing my voice and Car's hard.
I get it.
Probably not.
I didn't realize how hard he'd be with a sore throat. And there didn't seem to be any bad wildlife, and I didn't see any of the Merlenloke, but we need to do something. I don't know. Carl sits down right in front of Riaris and looks really kind of defeated. Says, "I'm struggling. We need to save them, but we're spent. I don't know what to do.
I will sit down with you. I will.
I'm used to talk to people who are dead, but I don't want to talk to them when they're dead."
I have to be honest, I don't think I can climb a mountain right now as much as I want to. I'm not okay sitting here, but
I'm really okay to fly. That's a lot.
I don't know what to do. I don't know
Can we rest up a little bit and then start? Would that be okay? We can't just let he is
That boy's getting big, man.
He's only
so
6
big.
months old.
Oh,
He's getting so big since the last time I saw him. So great.
Maybe did you see anywhere that we could maybe
playing a ranger next game?
Did you see anywhere we could stop on the mountain? We could take a rest, go up there, and then take a longer rest or something. Get closer, or
did I notice that, Joe? Did I notice if there was any place that would hold 4 or 5 people? Well,
yeah, I think there's probably some areas in this, like so the way that I'm kind of like imagining this now for this to be able to work is that like you're not going up to like the top sort of peak of it. I think there's probably like a sort of a smaller sort of area where you guys are that I would say is like only like halfway up the tallest sort of part of the mountain, but it's enough to be able to kind of scale over. So yeah, I think there's a couple sort of spots that look like kind of like cliffside sort of areas that would be. You want to make sure everybody is sleeping like maybe closer against the wall, and the fire is kind of out in the out near the ledge. But yeah.
Well, there's places there we might rest partially the way up. We weren't going all the way over the mountain. There are ledges that we could get higher. and then go around, kind of, and then down. It might be faster than people who can't fly. Just you really struggle sometimes. And he kind of looks over at K and Zed.
Yeah.
It's so much faster to get around the island. So when you can fly, it's just so much easier.
I think at that, Nala actually like stops next to Kaelinor. What is Kaelinor doing like right now at this moment?
Probably like doing the like other, like just checking the other side of the perimeter, just trying to keep busy, because if she stops to think about things, it ain't good. I think, yeah, just trying to keep moving, keep busy. Very blanket face, but like multiple thoughts in her brain, and is just trying to keep it together, and it's not going very, very well.
Cool. So yeah, the perfect person to have in this moment pops down right beside you, as Nala just goes to you and says, "So, 2 captains and 1 encampment. That's pretty weird, right?"
Yeah, pretty weird, Nala. That's pretty weird. I think Kay's eyes are slightly twitching from the last conversation they had.
I think she's like back over your shoulder as you are like trying to look like you're like doing something. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well. Any like specific reason that is? No. Anything?
I think you see Kay's hands clench at her side and just takes a moment just to really breathe.
Okay.
Nala, if I knew, I wouldn't have been sent on the mission to retrieve Ogra, would I? It's... Yeah. Right? Cool. I don't... Do you think I'm gonna have some sort of pearl of wisdom?
I just, I guess I think you have to be... you certainly have to be somewhat of a... whatever the opposite of a free thinker would be to join this cult. So I get that. I understand that I'm not, necessarily working with like someone who's had a full train of thought on their own for very long. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that, everybody trusts that you've gone through it. We've gone through enough stuff that we assume that, we're all on the same side here. And I'm not saying that you are not considering, reconsider. I'm not saying that you're reconsidering your position. I'm just saying if you were, one tactical thing to do at this moment would be to not give the group information that you may or may not have.
Is Carr hearing this?
I think it's far enough away. I don't think
Damn,
you are.
I was about.
That's what I figured too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think what happened was that like Nala kind of like tried to like feel this out with you and was like, and then when you dropped to one side and Kaelinor was like close enough, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna push that button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will not respond.
You're not gonna stop me. Great. I'm gonna do it. Cool. Thanks, Nala.
Kay, I think Kay turns and spins on their heel and essentially does a clap back in terms of with the hands and Nala goes, fuck, I can't remember what she said. But basically along the lines of, if I was to hold information, I would not be here. And it's just, I think, is like walking towards Nala as she's clapping and is like, I think, walks pretty, like, at least gets to the halfway point where Rioris and Car probably now can hear Kalenor's raised voice.
I like that a lot. Go ahead and give me an intimidation check, please. Oh God.
Oh, an 11.
Okay, cool. You walk towards her. You're not really being aggressive, but you're definitely walking towards her quickly. She fully stands her ground. Like in this moment, you get the idea that she thinks that she could take you. And I think you also notice, like, as you get closer, that her talons her fists are also clenched. I'll say, give me an insight check, actually. If you think that Kalenor's trying to get an idea of what do you want from me? Like, what's your angle?
Yeah, I think Kay's. I think just trying to think that ever since that loner conversation, ever since kind of that's been playing in the background of Kay's mind, and been like, what the fuck do you want? Like, what? I don't understand. That's a 9, so probably nothing.
Yeah, I'll say that's just under the mark. You're not really sure what the heck's going on. But it is interrupted with Granny just going, "Oh, I remember this place." What?
I think Kay mid-stop clap back just turns to Granny. He's like, "You remember this place because you were brought through it? Or do you remember this place because it has some significant importance to you, Granny?"
No, I don't know. I think I might have borrowed some things from someone around this area. But no, I don't think we were brought this way. Actually, no, we definitely weren't, because it wouldn't fit.
What
are
wouldn't
we?
Fit? What wouldn't fit? This way?
Like the cart. We were all in a cart. And I remember everybody complaining because they had to take us the long way. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's helpful, but we should probably be starting to figure out a plan to be able to get them back.
Has anybody seen Zed? Where is Zed? Is he around here anywhere?
Where is Zed? Where do we find you?
Wouldn't you believe it? I'm off with the Pecs trying to talk to them.
Cool.
Pecs, oh God.
You got it. So you are, because I would say they don't really leave Rioris's side very close. So I would say
we're probably a little distance away. So lizard in hand, petting the lizard, talking to the Pecs, trying to see if any language I know, maybe they know something about it or anything.
Okay. What are you saying to them?
I'm trying to ask them if, because they look like rock people, if they know how to blast a hole through the mountain to make it easier to walk through.
You got it. Are you saying this in Primordial?
Would that be part of deep speech?
No.
Or Dorvid? No.
Definitely not. It would be specifically be Primordial.
I don't have that.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. So I'll say, give me a persuasion. No. Give me a performance check with disadvantage.
Uh, 13.
Cool. You see the small the female one kind of steps in front and has this like mace, this like giant like wooden club in her hand, like kind of steps in front as the other smaller one kind of like tugs at your at your garment, Riaris, as Zed is trying to talk to him.
Oh, I hand the one with the club the little piece that we found in the cave. So I hand it over to them.
What is going on? Zed, what are you doing? What?
Yeah. I'm trying to see if they can like dig a way through the mountain for us.
And you're giving them like the pebbles?
Yeah, it was like part of the big blue thing they put in his
Yeah, I think you got an amount, right?
Yeah, just a tiny little piece, I think, or like a couple pieces.
No. I think you got an amount, like more than one.
Oh, okay.
I think you got
Can you
a
check
handful.
your character sheet?
Handful. Okay. So.
I also do have just in my bag. We did get. I have a large blue gem that we got. So we did seem to get a bigger one that someone did get out. But
yeah, it's like a handful. So I hand them over.
Okay, cool. So we'll simplify and we'll say you hand over all of it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You see this like large kind. Well, it's still about maybe. Zed, how tall are you?
Like 5'8".
Oh yeah, way shorter than you. So say maybe like 5 foot, but seemingly like that might be tall, like for their race. Just like kind of like naturally, you see like they're just like built like bigger than like their body should be. I think seems to like take the stones, kind of looks at them, looks at you. Puts them in the pocket of her tunic.
All right, so do you know? And I start like drawing on the ground, like a cave, build, and try to like see if like visuals help.
I will try to use those simple words: cave, build, whatever, in primordial to them as he's doing it.
Cool, I like it. I'll say because you kind of gave that like sort of like offering sort of thing, they're going to try harder to pay attention. So I'm going to say it's a new roll. And then I'm going to say you have advantage because we are helping you out.
All right, and that is performance?
Yes.
Kara's going to watch standing between Kaelinor and Null.
Ooh, that's an 18.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think
like as if you're like walking through and stopped. Yeah, I like it. Like just like nonchalantly, but they're both just staring daggers at each other. Yep. What'd you get, Zed?
18.
There you go. Cool. 18. You see the like small little one just kind of like nods and just kind of points at the caves.
What did it say?
Oh God, I love that. I love Zed going to Riaris. What did it say?
Just the lizard's just like.
That's so good. That's so good.
It's just like brain not working. I think they understand.
And to be clear, your intention was what was your intention here, Zed?
For them to build like a new cave pathway.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. Nice. One of them immediately goes to the goes up to one of the like the areas of like the mountain sort of cliffside wall, and then holds up a pickaxe and then looks at you, Riaris.
Rudge over there.
Kind of like just points at the thing.
Points at what?
Points at the cliffside, like the like cave cliffside, or sorry, the mountain like kind of cliffside, like into like the mountain wall.
The side, okay, yeah.
But just like points at, but also specifically, I'll say go ahead and roll me. Say Say roll me an insight check. I'd allow that to be insight.
13.
13.
Oh, wait. Disadvantage. That is worse. That is a 10.
10 is a DC. It's enough to kind of like recognize that like the question isn't like, do you want to do this here? It seems to be more associated with the pickaxe it's holding. Like, with this?
I will, as I kind of get down and look at, I will then take out of the bag of holding the much larger gem, and we'll try to say in primordial, but I pull it out. Can this help? Help?
Nice. You see, there's again no pupils at all, but you see there. So it's hard to tell if their eyes widen. Looks at the blue gem, picks up something that like I think you're carrying in like one hand. They have to like hold in two hands.
I put up a finger and then I go before I to everybody else, like, are we ready to do this? I don't know where they're going, but I think we're going through the mountain again. Are we ready?
I can't feel my toes, but I'm ready. Lizard in hand.
Why can't you feel your toes? What happened to your toes? What? All right.
I think you hear Nala just say to Kaelin, I don't know. Are we ready?
Oh, God.
Okay, since I'm saying between them, I will look.
Kay doesn't respond. Kay does not respond to Nala.
I look over at Nala and I say, I need you to stop that. Just looking directly at her.
Roll me an intimidation or persuasion check.
One or the other or both. I wasn't sure what you asked.
Whatever you think you're using in this moment.
I have a much higher intimidation, but I'd probably use persuasion. So,
okay.
So I will roll persuasion.
You got it.
15.
Okay.
That would have been a dirty 20 had I rolled intimidation.
I mean, it's up to you. If you I do think Kara is frustrated.
He is, but he likes Nala. He's not trying to intimidate her.
Right. Okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I think she just.
So, stop it, Nala.
All right. Well, fine. Yeah, I will. I'm not going into another cave, so I'll just see you guys on the other side, maybe.
How do you know where we're going to come out? How do you know?
Wings deflate a little bit.
Yeah, I'm a smart bird. I'll figure it out. I assume you're going into the encampment. Might be best that we go from different angles anyways.
Lychee, let's go. Lychee probably just goes, picks Kaelinor up, and just keeps on going, swips between the legs, just picks her up, just runs towards him.
Is that what the fuck? Right, cool.
Right, all right. So I'm gonna kill I think at this, Car, roll me an insight check.
11.
Okay.
She's not dead. It's hard for me to read her.
Yeah. I do think, I think with 11, there's a lot of things here that are definitely surface level. So surface level is Nala in her first space before you said anything was, I'm frustrated because I do not have the information that I need, and that's how I work. Mm-hmm. I'm able to do very well if I'm able to access information. And right now there's a person in her mind, there's a person who's willingly keeping it from me. And I think the other part of it, after you say that, is fuck this. I'm gonna go out on my own, and if I see you guys, I'll see you. But yeah, she's pissed.
I'm sure she is. Carr has so many issues dealing with living. He does not know how to do that. It's so much easier when they're dead. If she is not leaving the group, he stops there for now. If she doesn't physically leave right now.
I think I think you do get a feeling that like she's definitely saying like maybe it's best that we split up here and try to find each other on the other side. And trying to like hide it. I don't think it's like the idea of like I'm leaving this group. It's the idea of like I can't be here right now.
Right. And I picked up that she's frustrated partially. I mean, I know there's deeper things, but the thing that I picked up was that she just has the information she needs, and that's how she works.
Right.
Okay. Carr lets out an exasperated sigh, but it's more of, if she's trying to read him, it's more frustration with himself than her, because he realizes he can't read the living very well. And he looks at her and says, I need you here. We need you here. We also don't have information, including her. And points at Kaelinor.
Thank you. I've been saying it the entire time.
We are all working on limited information. We have to save 2 friends. We need to work together. My words aren't coming out. Guys, help me!
I do think her eyes do get big at that, watching Carr freak out.
God, he says, God, the living are difficult. And he like storms off a little bit, just like a step or two, and just like looks and says, turns around again and says, just work with us, please.
I am. I'm doing more working with people than I ever have in probably all of my lives that I've had. Okay. But I don't know how to help. I can't help here. And I don't know how to help here. What I can do is just what? Oh, yeah. And now there's just 2 birds squawking, yelling at each other. And it's,
actually, Eric Cochran, and they're just squawking at each other.
Yeah, you guys hear like some words in common, but most of it ends up just being squawking. Yeah.
Anyway.
Hey, Riara. Is that Riaris?
Oh,
is that like? Is that like their thing? Like, is that like how people dance together? Do they like? Is that their like squawk together?
Can I take over for a moment for Nala?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that me and Nala both stop, look at Zen, and go, no! And then go back into it.
Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, Riaris is just like looking back and the pecs and this and that, and walking over, and Zed, birds have weird mating dances. I don't know, Zed. And I'll head over towards Cart. Cart, just take a breath. If it stands back as Nala like flams up a little bit, is like, can I have a suggestion? And I'll pull out the lance and say, I don't know much about this, Nala, but you know a lot about magic stuff. Is maybe this what they have done could be helpful? We could use your knowledge on that, maybe. That would be really helpful for us.
That's a good idea.
All right. I will figure this thing out. And you see her like tone shifts a little bit here. She goes, but I know that there is a very kind, gentle, and somewhat dumb soul that is in that mountain that needs saving. And I'm going to do what I can. And that means I can't go with you in that cave. I will find you on the other side. And you can see this is different. This is not like I'm angry, like get out of here. It's now like I have no use here. and I need to have use. I think in both like a truly in both a realist way and also a self-diminishing sort of way. In the idea that like she's saying I need to have use, both in the idea of like to be able to be in this group, but also to be appreciated. I mean, like deep down, to be loved. Like that's what you're getting from this.
Needs to be useful.
Yeah. So in hearing that, she, I think at the end of that, like she does, I think she's not able to look you in the eye after that. And she
I would
says,
like to try to hug her if possible after she says that.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
You may get an unwilling haircut too.
That's
yeah.
fine.
Give me a. I don't think this is like
death
an
save?
athletics.
Okay,
You're not trying to
death save,
surprise
sure,
her. Yeah. Give me just a straight up death save. No, I'd say give me a
nature.
I'm gonna say give me a persuasion check. I am gonna say you have disadvantage. This is equal to.
I always have disadvantage right now, so that's
being
fine.
in a fight, I think.
I got an 18 and a 17, so persuasion is -2, so 15.
Okay. That does beat her DC. So you were able to like hold her, and she goes, "What is this?"
We're going to get Ogra back, Nala. Okay, but we can't run in there, or we will be in the same situation. I don't know what to do. I don't think any of us know what to do, and that's why we got to find a way to stick together. Okay? Now, really, sir, not wanting to press this any further.
I like that. Cool. Give me 2 con saves.
Oh man.
Kay goes and just was like, and you, yeah, but you, okay.
First one is a 13. Oh, that's gonna be bad. That's a 2 and a 6.
Okay, cool. So what's funny is I think in the leveling off of this, the 13 just saves, the 6 still doesn't save, but it would have been less. I guess she's like kind of like calming down from a little bit. So I think like that effect is working for sure. But so you take a lot. You only take 3 points of fire damage. Okay. Yeah. I'm good. Suppose someone who receives that should say thank you. So
You know, it's fine. Just
well, I'm just
I
give me the thing. Give me the lance.
Sure.
Give me the magical item.
Yeah. Here. I'm trying to. There you go.
Can I help?
You gotta open your hands. Your hands are still clenched. You gotta open them. Oh, okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Got it. Okay. She takes it. She walks off. You notice like. I think like it's weird for the design of like Nala and like the weirdly emotions are kind of on the sleeves sort of thing. You see like there's like it's just like it's like volatilely going down and up. But yeah, so she walks off and she goes to identify this thing.
Car follows her a little bit, but slowly. And she didn't hear when she says, "Can I help?" She didn't respond, and so he starts bringing up the spirits behind him and says, "Can we help?"
She turns to you. She goes, "This I can do."
Okay.
But,
and like before he turns around, all of his spirits turn around and walk away, and then fade out, and then he will.
Yeah, I think she's like, and like it's like she's trying to figure out a way to say thank you without saying thank you, and you're already kind of like walking off. So she casts the identify spell, and I think with that, as you guys are probably taking someone to take a short rest, as you guys are kind of trying to collect yourself before able to use a very clever trick. Very excited about that. We will take our break. So we'll see you all in about 10 minutes. Right. All right. So as we come back in, allowing our heroes and hopeful saviors for Ogra and Yoon taking their short rest, we are going to cut back to our goblin friend. Ogra, as we come back to this scene, kind of unfreezing from where it was, we see the one right eye of Eloria staring hard at you as she asks the question, where is the device? Also, notably, she's not asking if you have information on it, asking where it is.
How did you know Ogra even seen it? Like, even before Ogra seen the stupid thing, you've been, like, following Ogra for some reason, which Ogra isn't getting.
Only a persuasion check.
Oh, thank God. Persuasion? Wait, persuasion? No, that's still 0. 18?
18. Fine. I suppose it would be good for you to have an idea of where you really came from, even if the end product is more wanting. I'm going to tell you the story of a little half-orc girl born into a mistake. From the High Archpriestess, notably there's no one else in this room. From the High Archpriestess Elenara, your real mother. You're royalty, Ogra. Of course, you're not noted as royalty. No one in our world even knows that you exist, although talking to Mother, of course, she decided to name you, assuming that you had not survived. So, if you would like to know your real name, it's Elua. Of course, breeding or being in love or whatever Mother would have wanted to claim out of our species is highly forbidden. Even in the small miscreants of the townsfolk that like to think that they have a say in this city. That you didn't get to grow up in. You have gifts, Ogra. Like me. Like your mother. I wanted you live. Because I need you. I rather had hoped that the orcish or goblin part or whatever the fuck you want to think you are was minor. I can clearly see that it is not. However, I do not wish to kill that which was long since already considered already dead. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. Rather, I think you are a key to ending all of this and bringing about order, true order, so that the frivolities and the people that like to assume and consume the idea of free will and anarchy would come to an end. So I will appeal to your familial connection of what I assume brought you here. I need help, sister.
Is there like a mirror in this room at all or something?
No. I would say like there probably like on her earring there's like this like little like maybe like gold doubloon that's like flashing and like kind of like turning in, on her ear.
I think Ogra is just hearing all of this and then all that talk in the cave of everyone trying to convince her that she's a half-orc and not a goblin. And it's all just like bringing in her mind and maybe a little too much. One sec. And just like in the movie Elf, like things are like flashing into her mind. Like when she was like 12, she was too big to fit into the goblin houses. She only had 2 fangs, but they're way too thick and big, and she heard some people call them tusks. Her ears are very pointy, but not as flappy as goblins. And as she's thinking about it, they look almost half elfish to her.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of starts like, you can see she's like caving in on herself, like everything she's ever known is.
Yeah, as you like, as there's like a just there's those little blips that happen. And I think also you like you recognize like little conversations that like Granny thought you were out of range on, or like you like people didn't know that you were listening in on the idea of like having to make clothes specific for you, and having to and hearing phrases like she just doesn't belong here. And in every one of those phrases, there is an I think it stays in your mind because it's an audible. You automatically at the end of like anything that's like that, you hear an audible sort of like smacking or hard hitting sound, and the person that said that going like saying "ow" in pain from Granny striking them for saying that, no matter who it was.
Ogra's just gonna like hyperventilate and like fully like have almost a panic attack in the chair, and just going, and tears are like falling down her face, and she's like, they lied. It was all a lie. Granny and Ogra's family lied to. And she's just like completely lost and not even looking at her.
Mm-hmm. You see in this moment, Aloria sits down, takes one of your hands in hers, and just goes, "Yes, they did. You were meant for more than this." But you still have a chance to do something with your life. Something actually worthwhile. Good Lord. She lets go of your hand.
Ogra is just like fully stunned. I don't even think she has words.
I think in this moment, yeah, I think she says to you, sorry, it's Elua. That's Elua. Now that you know the truth, we can rid the world of all these liars and hypocrites. We can make sure that they see the light. All you need to do is to tell me where that device is. I will handle the rest.
Is she leaning like right here to me?
Yeah. So she's leaning in close now.
Ogra's gonna try to bite her nose.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. Go for it.
I knew you were waiting for something like that. Is she close enough yet? Is she close enough?
It was either going to be a headbutt, but in this moment, Ogra's going to bite her nose. And that's
I assumed headbutt, but I like that you went with bite nose.
Going to be missing another piece of your face. Is this an unarmed attack?
Yes. This would be unarmed, yes.
23.
Okay. Cool. So as you do so, I'm going to say that it is enough that you're able to like grab on. You're able to like pierce like blood, things like that. She pulls back. She casts shield, and that breaks the spot up from you guys are able to kind of like to separate from this. Fucking orc.
Just spits at her.
Fine.
Ogra may not know what's going on, but Ogra knows life is important. And if Ogra's died 1,000 times to make sure it happens, Ogra's gonna make sure this time it does not happen.
That's fine. I didn't know how much I was going to be able to keep up the charade of you being anything other than the miscreant that you are. Certainly no sister of mine. Fine. You see her go and walk out the room. As she does so, she opens the door, and Captain Byron is standing there on the other side. As Captain Byron goes, "Oh, Captain, I was hoping I would have a..." And you see her just push him out of the way as she says, "Get the fuck out of my way." It just pushes out as the door kind of like goes to close shut. I won't pause you there. Yoon.
Hi.
You are awaiting your dinner. Cool. As you are waiting it, you actually you hear the door open. A guard comes in. and you see the guard kind of like freezes, stops for a moment. Kind of is like looking up, nods, and comes back to you. And my understanding for the red goblin also was supposed to give you this, and puts the pack of playing cards on your dish, right in the middle of your like grits, whatever it is. Yeah.
Thank you. What was your name again?
Well, that's Tread. Kurt.
Kurt. Thank you so much. I will remember this.
Okay. Looks back to Tread and just goes, he's going to remember that. Okay, Tread. Yep. Thank you. Tread goes to walk off. I do think Tread, who is the guard that has not been nice to you from the get-go, comes up to the gate at this point and goes, all right, you have your food. You have your cards. Anything else, my liege?
I think for now, though, if you're going to swear allegiance, there's a whole ceremony. Lieges, allegiance, they have the same root. Is that, are you, should you kneel? We can do it later. For now, I appreciate the cards. It's a small gesture, but I'll remember it.
Great. Well, I'll leave you to it then. You see him kind of like back up a little bit, go back to his seat.
Thanks, Trent.
Nice. Trent. Yeah. Cool. In this moment, you hear a little bit of a commotion outside your room. As you hear the phrase, heed your captain and get out of my way. With that, you see the door is opened, and you see a figure approach who looks very much like, I think you... No, I guess you've only seen her from afar. So you see her come kind of bursting into the room. You notice noticeable bite marks on her nose, as she is still kind of like holding it. Where's the device?
I'm sorry. Where I come from, we typically start with names. I am Yoon Aurelian, patron of the Aurelian family, the caretakers of Chukan, the chosen of Anbao.
Yoon Aurelian, if you value your life, I will only ask this one more time. And maybe your half-orc friend will have a quick death at this point. Where is the device? You sound like you're a smarter person than your other half here. It has a sun and a moon in it. It is known as the Solaris Lunaris. I know that it has been out and about. It has exchanged hands, so you need to just tell me where it is.
You know, it rings a bell, but I think, you know, my friend isn't very fond of being called dumb. And it seems like if she's not terribly smart, that maybe your flaw is sticking your nose where it doesn't belong.
Unfucking believable. It's clear to me that neither you nor your oafish friend value your lives. Grab the goblin and take it up to the room. I'll handle this myself. And you see her take a knife out of her vest as she goes to walk out. You see two guards come in aside, go and grab Fisher, still. Roll me a perception check.
A nat 20 for an 18.
The Aloria's already like kind of like walked out of the room. So you see the guards like kind of like carry him, and he's like just full like dead fish in this. But as he's carried out, it's enough where he's able to open one eye and wink at you as he is conscious.
Is there any way I can, from where I am, reach out and grab any part of him?
I'm gonna say yes, as like his he's a little bit of a taller like goblin, so I think he's like a little bit harder to kind of like handle. And I think there's just like a moment where like he like accidentally dead sets his foot into like the crux of like one of the not portcullis, but like one of like the areas of the like space between your jail cells, so you're able to like touch his foot, which is so gross, by the way.
All right. I'm gonna grab his foot, and I'm going to look him in the, you know, the face, whether he's and look, I'm gonna grab his foot and say, "Are you willing?"
You hear a response as an eye opens towards you and just looks, and you can see like the deep like red scarred sort of spot where that earring had been like pulled out. Now you can clearly see it, and you see him like look at you and just say, full voice, "Fuck yeah."
I thunderstep with him as far as I can go down towards, essentially it's going to be down towards the, that's it. I grab him and thunderstep.
Cool.
I'm tired of him being beat up.
You got it. Cool. Yeah, I say for clarity's sake, mechanically wise, he's probably at like 1 hit point, but it's enough to be able to kind of like push him. I'll say you get out of the door and down the like enough to the hallway where you were able to like maybe see through like the window of where that's at. So how far can you get?
It's 90 feet, but it is something you can see. It's got to be within, so 90 feet within something you see.
So I'll say you're able to move like a total of 60 feet.
Okay.
But that is enough to be able to kind of get a head start. You were actually in front of Aloria, who is now at this point. I'm going to say actually, Yoon, roll me initiative, please.
Yeah. Also, I rolled the damage for that.
Yes, please.
Great initiative. I rolled 2 10s and an 8 for a 28. So then, yeah, that's what's it's anybody within 10 feet of where we left. So if there are guards there and the jail cells, I guess, makes a con save with a DC 16.
Okay.
Half damage on success.
Both fail.
Okay.
So they both
28
take
damage.
Full damage.
That doesn't include Fisher, right? You can choose.
Yeah, I think
No,
Fisher's not a part of it.
Well, Fisher comes with me, so the damage is where I left. So yeah, Fisher.
Yeah, if he's with you and
me,
he's part of you. That makes sense.
Yeah,
You got it.
Yeah.
Just so you know, one of them is Kurt, if that matters. But I doubt
I don't even know who Kurt is.
You got it. Cool. We definitely need to get to a certain point in this, so let's freaking go. Cool. Would you roll initiative?
9.
Okay, great. So as Fisher is kind of like collecting himself, I'm going to have him roll a... Oh, boy. Okay, cool. I'm going to have him... so he rolls a... basically like an intelligence check to kind of like get his bearings and where he's going. It is really low, so he actually kind of like stops in place. But his initiative is actually before Aloria's. So Aloria is going to have a disadvantage on... well, no, I'll say you have advantage on the wisdom save that she's going to do just to whole person immediately. But it's going to be, centered at you, Yoon.
All right. Uh, 16.
Okay. 16 does not beat the DC, so you are frozen in place.
There is also, I mean, this probably won't help too much. What is the, sorry. If you miss an attack or saving throw, you can gain a roll with the number. I think I can consider Fisher an ally at this point.
100%.
But it only gives me a +1 to it, so it's a 17. So if yeah.
You were really nice to Kurt, but then you knocked.
Yep, not an ally.
Yeah. Cool. So you are held in place. So I'm gonna say I still rolled low. So there's a whole turn that goes by where the guards are able to kind of like get more into. I want to say because she's a piece of work. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. So she like you see like the other guards kind of like come up and you see her like kind of like actually put a hand out. Actually like takes another dagger out and like puts it out towards them to tell them to like back off. I got this. So it goes. I think with that is now Yoon. It is your turn. So whole person just to make sure. Yeah, at the end of each of his turns, target can make another wisdom saving throw. So, so you are paralyzed. I assume there's nothing you can do here.
Yeah, so what is the paralyzed status? Is that just like, I mean, I assume you just can't move.
Incapacitated.
So
yeah.
That's just you basically can't do anything. Okay, cool. Then at the end of my turn, I guess I roll the what is it? A wisdom save again?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. I'll use the inspiration from doing today's thing.
Cool.
His intro, although no, still only an 11.
18's pretty high.
It's gonna be so hard for me to break out of that. Yeah.
Yep. Cool. So thankfully, it is Fisher's turn. Fisher kind of runs into you as your body's paralyzed. Is able to take enough time to be able to kind of figure out what's going on. Wheels and turns at Aloria and then goes to attack Aloria. Yeah, I think for the sake of story, I mean, 13 plus 5 is 18, which exactly hits. And I think for the sake of story, her concentrating on whole person is not enough for her to be able to kind of throw up a shield in this moment as well. So that hits. The damage means really nothing. The point is to be able to have her make a con save to be able to hold on to this whole person. So that was 4 damage. And then, so this is, it has to be, what does that have to be? Gosh, I can't remember.
With 4, it's just a 10.
Just a 10 or lower?
If it's over 10, then you have to do
it's over 10. Okay.
Something, but yeah.
Okay, cool. That is a 16. So we tried, but at this point, things are not looking great. This is now Aloria's turn. Natural 15 is definitely going to beat the AC of Fisher. So Fisher is stabbed through the neck by a dagger, very, very quickly and swiftly, as if she's just kind of pushing him back towards the guards. So stabs him and moves his body out towards him as she moves towards you. This is where she's gonna do something that's even more cruel. Okay. How much HP does Yoon have?
26. Used all of my hit dice on that short rest.
Cool. 22 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Got it. $27 points of damage. I believe you said you had 26.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm just wondering whether, I mean, so I have weighted dice, but, I never really established what the, as paralyzed, you can't really do anything. So it's a reaction, but I think it's a reaction that would require me to do something.
I think I would have, especially because of the full jump to this, right? As the idea of okay, are you getting an, because you'd be adding this to your what? What's the way it will be?
Trying to give her disadvantage. I have to get less than what she rolled on the attack, and then she gets disadvantage on it instead. She has to re-roll the attack roll.
Okay, less than what she got on the die.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. She got a 15, I believe.
Okay. So I will roll.
So I'll allow it in the idea of a lux, in the lux sort of version of the idea, it just falls out of your jacket.
Yeah. I dig that. Yeah, it's kimono is like a kind of jacket, really, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got a 3, so that's less than 15, which just gives her disadvantage, so she has to just re-roll the attack roll. That's all.
Okay, you got it.
Man.
We'll keep the same damage on that, but we'll say
yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's 100% fair. Yeah.
Okay. That is a 17.
Yeah, that's my AC. So that's it. And let me Okay, so then I'm down.
Can we say, if you can allow this, as soon as Aloria leaves the room, could Ogra have tried to smash the chair, getting out of it? Like, not trying to get the chains. Like, she is, like, doing this, like, even trying to... Her legs are chained to the chair, right? Can she get up with the chair still attached to her and slam herself into a wall to try to break the chair?
So I will say with that, the DC is still... I'll say the DC is 20. The DC to kind of, like, break from the chains was 25. DC to break from the chair itself would be 20.
Oh, that doesn't count. Oh, it is a natural 20!
Nice. Awesome. Cool. Nat 20, you're able to... go ahead and describe to me what happens with Ogra in the room.
Like, she's trying to, like, break the chain, and then she realizes that the chair isn't bolted down, so she just, like, gets up with the chair still attaches to her, and she, like, sees the wall and the door, so she, like, puts a stand and just starts running at the door to slam the chair and break it.
Okay. What's your HP at right now?
28.
28. Okay. No, you know what? I think that's way too cool. And you rolled a nat 20. We need a reward nat 20. With a nat 20 from Ogra. Ogra, would you say that you went into a rage before this?
I don't have any more rages. Believe
Let's
me,
pretend that you do. Cool. With the last rage you have, and we'll say that I'm going to say this actually. We'll say to be able to make this work mechanically, your next rest you have one less rage.
Gotcha.
As this is a space of being enraged, if there was ever one. So Ogra is able to run, like pick herself up. Actually, like probably like does like a front flip over the desk itself, like somersaulting over the desk with the chair itself, and goes and runs headlong at the last second, turning her body into the door. Not only does the chair splinter in two, but so does the door itself, as it is slammed outward, knocking into the guard on the other side. So Ogra, you are now in this initiative roll. Go ahead and roll me initiative.
Well, that kind of balanced out. Initiative is a... I think it's a +2. So 11.
11. Cool. Awesome. So we'll say with you, Laura, this would actually make you be kind of next in the initiative. I'm just going to roll for the guards to see if there's any guards between you and this whole situation goes on, because it is a little bit of a ways away. Cool. So there's one guard that is in front of you that is going to run at you. Are now completely free. You just have like chains around your wrists, which is just honestly just more badass.
And on the ankles.
And on the ankles. Is going to go to... so there's one guard that is in the hallway far enough that Abel's like is turn around, sees you, and then goes running, sword drawn, to go to hack at you. That is a... so remember, you don't have your shield, so that is a 17 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. That is...
Let's take that off.
That is 10 points of slashing damage as you take that, but you are still raging. We're going to count this as a rage. So you take that. You take half of that.
So 5?
Yep. So down to 5. As you hear him yell out, prisoner escaped. And I think that's the last thing you hear before you go down. from the top. Okay.
So, yeah, in that moment, then at the very least, I think as Yoon is going down, he looks at her and just gives her that, like, just a smug smile about, here's prisoner escaped, and just gives her that smug smile and then passes out.
Incredible. Yeah, she sees that. She's like, look like the look of genuine surprise, looking up and then looking down at Yoon, who's smiling, and you see just that it turns into an angry sort of grimace as she pushes past you. Weirdly, I think also with that smile, she's like, "You're not worth it," and actually just pushes past you and leaves you there, and goes running, charging up the stairs. So now I have to think about it in my mind's eye as far as the distance here on this. So there is space for Ogra to be able to try to find a place to escape and hide before Eloria is able to catch you. So there is like this sort of like, because I'll just tell you straight up, Ogra, there's no way you're going to beat her. If you think Ogra's doing that, go for it. But so I think what Ogra, hopefully what Ogra is thinking, I need to get past this guard and get to a place where no one finds me. And then I can figure out what to do from there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Cool. Sweet. So Eloria runs, makes her full distance, starts to shout out to other guards that are around. So there are more guards that are now on alert, yelling out, "Get the orc." And that is all she's able to do on her turn, which I think is, yeah. So I think Yoon, it is. I think I went a little bit crazy on the turn. You might have had to roll this before as hers, but either way, go ahead and roll your death save.
Cool. Forget, is a 10 a save or a fail for death saves?
Weirdly,
Save,
10 is a
right?
save. Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Just saves.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Asking for a friend just in case,
Yeah.
Yeah, just in case.
I always felt like that should be an 11, but I love that 10. Hey,
Yeah,
we're sticking with those rules for
just
now.
a little bit of extra bump there, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oof. Okay, cool. So with that, we go back up to the top of the round. It is Ogra. There is a guard that is in front of you right now. You are unarmed. I will say I'll give you like a +1 to your unarmed strike with the idea of having the chains around, because I think that's super cool.
Yeah, just
but the concept here would be like you are unable to really like fell any of these people.
mm-hmm.
So
Can I, as a free action, pick up one of the wooden chair legs as like a weapon?
absolutely, yes, I love that.
And just use like a club stat for it?
Yep, I like it.
So Ogre's gonna do that. Yoon's below me, right? Like a floor below?
So Yoon is a distance away and below you. So I would say, like, to put it in mechanical sort of level, Yoon is about 60 feet from you in this moment.
Because these are like cult pirates, I bet there's a bunch of rigging everywhere.
Yes. Yep, for sure.
Ogre's gonna take one of the chains and just go.
Okay, cool. So we'll say for that, so we need to make sure we put a roll for that. So we'll say, give me a sleight of hand check.
Oh, that's my jam. Okay, that's still not that bad. 16?
16? Nice, cool. Yeah, with a 16, you're able to see, like, as you are running out from the hallway that is actually, like, covered in this moment, you are, so first off, there is an attack of opportunity on you. Mm-hmm. That misses, I believe, with a 12 total?
Yeah, misses.
Cool, awesome. So you are able to kind of, like, duck right underneath from that hit, go and run from the, like, closed hallway of where you're at out into the open sort of encampment where you're able to see a bunch of eyes on you as you're able to run up full, like,
John McClane style.
Yep. I was like thinking like Robin Hood or like the Monty Python Lancelot. Just like full like able to throw your chains around to the other side and like grabs essentially a rope sort of line that is going straight down, down and away from the corner as you go to it, and you see Aloria is just past the corner, but far enough away from you in that moment as you are traveling down. You are now moving past pretty much all the way to like you're moving an equivalent distance of like across a 4-lane road, like that sort of distance and in that speed. So you're not like across the encampment, but you're kind of close to it. As you do that, I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw as you drop down.
Dexterity. That's going to be an 11.
Okay, cool. An 11, you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you kind of come down hard on your leg.
That's halved because I'm raging.
You got it. I like it. So it's half to 2. And with that, I need you to roll me. I'm going to say, how nice do I want to be here? I will say I will allow it to be a survival check in this instance, to be able to try to find a place that would be a good way out or a place to hide. Your choice.
Okay, survival. Right. There you are, survival. Nope, that's not survival. That is survival. That's going to be a 14.
14. Okay, cool. Okay. So 14, you notice that there is a lot of this like place there has this like very like shanty town sort of look to it. So a lot of it is just random planks of wood in certain areas. You notice that there's actually there is like an area that is a little bit sort of past where you kind of flew down on, that there are levels that seem to go up and up and up and up as far as the like rigging and stuff goes. To your left, you're able to see what looks to be the charred remains of a covered bridge, and where you landed, there is a what looks to be a small passageway going down. It does not look like it is. It looks like it is it is not like big enough for someone to be able to like walk down into. It looks like it is most likely something that is like used to be able to like send something down into. And it is. I'll say like it's essentially like a rock formation going lower in, but it looks like it's like lined with cloth enough to be able to kind of make that travel somewhat smoothly. So you could do that, or you could go and try to hide somewhere. Up to you.
Do I see Yoon and Fisher?
No, you do not see either of them. And I would argue above board that's good, because I imagine you would just go into the fray without, correct?
Yeah. So I don't see any of them. Then
you just barely saw Aloria as you passed by the corner.
Okay. Oh, sorry, Yoon. I'm gonna use my last spell slot, Cure Wounds, on myself.
Okay.
Okay. That's 10 healing points to me. And I look back, and then I just kind of like do like a home style slide where you run toward it and then you slide and just go like to slide into the hole.
Cool. You got it. I'm so sorry to be nitpicky about this, but I do not believe you have your druidic focus.
Yeah.
So I don't believe you would have been able to cast that.
All right.
That's why I asked for the cards.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well then.
But yeah, you got it. So you just go and you slide down into the darkness and out. Beautiful job. That was actually like if you went that way, there were less checks. So yeah, with that you are down into the darkness below. I think we're gonna pause you there. So coming back to Yoon. Oops, that's not what I wanted to hit. Yoon, go ahead and give me one last.
One last?
Well,
what happened?
A death saving throw.
Oh no!
New rules, you only get 2.
He knew you were going to roll
blank out
1
sometimes.
or 20.
I blanked out on a lot there. What the
All right. That's an 18. So 2 successes.
Cool.
All right.
I hope doesn't now in some new D&D 1 rules lead to death.
So I'm looking at the new rulebook, and it clearly says
18 specifically. That's it.
If you roll 5 above, kids on bikes rules.
I see. I explode, but literally.
You explode. Yes. No, I think what happens here is so we'll say from camera's viewpoint, because now there's no conscious people around here. We hear shouting. We hear Aloria kind of like literally like just screaming at the guards to go and find her. As they're running all around. A couple of them do go down the chute after Ogra. As like there's a couple that probably spot you doing that, but only a few. And as this is happening, there is absolute chaos. People running to and fro, questioning each other, pulling out swords. But we zoom in on a pair of feet walking down the plank, seemingly calmly, as the figure walks past guards after guards, going down into the darkness of just outside of the cells. We see a figure. We see a blue tinged hand rest on Yoon's shoulder, and Yoon, you regain consciousness as you look up at the face of Captain Byron.
Well,
I'd say we're more than even.
I'd say I owe you one. I've had better plans. Fisher? And I look over to see what the deal is with Fisher.
Above board, it is exactly the same roll I rolled for Fang. As you look at Fisher, Fisher is lying on the ground. You see Byron kind of look over in his direction and just kind of looks back and goes, "Sorry, mate. Seems like he was important to you, so I will make sure that he is not food for her tonight. Let's get you back to your cell."
All right. I think he's just stunned. And yeah, I don't think he says anything. I think he just follows him back to the cell at that point.
Yeah. Cool. We're going to pause that there. As we now move over to our friends.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Also, real quick, please. Does he just restore 1 health? Like, does he do a healing spell? Like, what is it? Yeah.
So it is actually, like, ironically, it is, I think you, as I'm rolling this, I think you actually feel, a really, like, roll an Arcana check for me, actually.
Okay. 7.
7. With the 7, you just notice that it does not seem to carry that same sort of, like, flavor that the Merlenloke magic does.
Okay.
So I think something that, like, Yoon doesn't recognize, but closer to resemble, like, a mechanics that is closer to an Oathbreaker paladin.
Right.
But you regain 9 hit points.
All right.
Yeah. So yes. Meanwhile, back on the ranch, you guys are taking your short rest. Riaris, Ogra, not Ogra. Nala comes back to you within about 10 minutes. And hands lance to you and goes, This is pretty cool. I'm not entirely sure what this substance is, although I have seen it before. Seems to be highly magical. And yeah, very useful for getting through stuff and piercing through stuff, and especially anything involving just points to, like, the mountain wall.
Thank you, Nala. I was hoping you'd say that. I appreciate it. Go to take it back.
You see there's a moment where she kind of, like, said, no, actually, yeah, Riaris, what do you want to say?
I was good. Do you want to sit? Take a break? Have some food, or just, catching wind before we head off?
No, I'm good. I better make sure I'm scouting ahead. Yeah. She kind of takes a step back, just from Riaris, but at this point, kind of, like, seemingly trying to address everyone, and everyone is, like, all around her, but, like, spread out, I imagine. As she goes, don't die. Okay? At least not till I get there. She kind of, like, tries to, like, not necessarily make eye contact, but, like, kind of tries to look in everybody's direction to kind of give a, like, sense of, like, this is for everybody. Her eyes just stop at Car. She just nods.
Car nods back. Car is completely unsure what to say to her. So,
if I would love to try to find ways to encourage Car, like if I'm behind Nala's shoulder somehow, I'd be like, do something.
I do really feel like Car does not get what that means at all, but yeah, I love that so much. Yeah. Okay. All right. See you soon. And you see with that, she just flies up. She definitely didn't look in. I'd say she, like, looked in Kailanor's direction, but she definitely didn't look Kailanor in the eyes. With that,
Kay, yeah, she didn't mean it. Kay's like, and what?
Yeah. Once again, I think breaking the tension, Granny goes, okay, so like a quick nap, or
Yep, quick nap.
all right,
Cat nap.
Do you have a like a bowl?
Like how big of a bowl?
As you hear a heavy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wish I didn't ask. Yep. Okay.
Put this in. I don't want to get it dirty, because then it just gets all red.
It's like dentures, but with a knife.
Mm-hmm. This is like equivalent to dentures, yeah.
Card reaches into his pack, pulls out a lamp with no oil in it, and opens it up and says, "Here, you can use this."
Oh, fancy. Thank you, kind sir. And she just drops it in.
He leaves the lamp near her so she doesn't lose it. Kind of like how he might leave a jar of water with dentures in for.
Yep. She goes and like she sits down on the ground and kind of puts her back up against a somewhat flat boulder, and she is out within 2 seconds, like full snoring. And
that looks really uncomfortable. Oh, she's asleep. Oh,
she's gone.
Oh, shit. Have you? Oh, is Zed around? Where I have not. Fuck. Zed.
What's that?
He's still trying to talk to him.
He's probably meditating next to the pecs where you left them. The pec just still pointing at the wall.
You, to regards to Kaelinor, I think they're kind of sort of in the area together, whatever. You good? I know you're not, but are you, you know?
I'll be better once we get you and an Ogra back.
Well, yeah.
And maybe when I don't try and kill Nala. I really don't want to murder Nala. No. Carl really likes Nala. I think Kay is just slowly, I think from posture rigid, has just fully is like slumped and tired, and it's just like, I'm just gonna lie on the floor, Yaris. I don't. How are you? I'm deflecting, I know this, but how are you? Are you good?
I'm deflecting first, so we can just leave it there. That's
okay,
fine.
good.
Yeah,
can we? Yeah. I'm gonna lie on the floor if you want to lie. Yeah, let's just deflect together. That's fine.
Okay,
thank you.
That sounds good. Yep. All right.
Right.
You got it, right, Zed? Cool. All right.
Yeah. Lizard, yeah, I got it right here.
So yes, as you guys are like kind of taking your rest, what is Carr doing?
Carr has probably taken roost on a relatively low branch, so he can still be in sight of the party. Like he's with them. He's just in a comfortable location for him to rest. He's probably just staring off in the sky the direction that Nala flew, while he's resting.
Okay.
Because there's things I would like for him to do, but he's also just about out of spells. So he will just. People probably hear him mumbling to himself as he's reciting stories to himself to practice.
Okay. Okay. Cool. So we'll say an hour goes by, in enough time to be able to kind of collect your thoughts, belongings. Obviously, Riaris, I sent you what your new lance does, your improved lance.
Yeah, I'd like to spend the time, even if I get to sleep with my new baby, I'll do so to try to attune to it.
Cool. You got it. Yes, absolutely, you can. Sweet. You notice that I think is the Pecs eventually kind of get the idea of like, okay, we're kind of like resting here. You see them take the gem and put it down on the ground, and then like arms outstretched, go and like rest against the mountain, and then just a little bit of them actually sinks into it as they're like half submerged, almost as if the idea of like resting on top of water.
It's pretty cool.
But yeah, an hour goes by as you guys are able to collect yourselves.
Well, no time like the present, right? Granny, you still? Oh, she's awake. Okay.
I don't think she's like Granny.
Those are mine. What? Did I escape?
Where?
Oh.
Yep.
Hold on. And this process, I think I should roll for this every time, just in case. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I rolled an 8. This process it sounds like it's going to take longer than it did before, which is like, I don't know, a few more minutes, but it's a few more minutes of just the worst sounds of your life. So I think you guys just try to move away from this as far as you can.
What sounds like an ocean in a cave? What's going on?
I mean, she's been doing it for how long? And I think it would take quicker. Oh man.
She's doing what?
Ow. The muscles kind of like contracted around. It's been a minute.
Jeez, look at that. It's like a
do you
I don't want to.
Do you need help? Do you need help? Oh god, do you need help?
Maybe
I don't want
some water. I don't.
Yeah, can you just just lean against this rock, and I'm just gonna push my eye into your outstretched hand. Just needs a good push.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Just gonna use your body weight. Okay. All right. Are you?
Zed, you're closest. You're closest, Zed. You can. What? Fuck.
You see this? Look at that. That was just like a. Oh,
why does it smell?
Like an eel
why does it smell like that? Oh god.
Arms perched above, and the head just cocked, like just watching.
Oh, it's less slimy this time. Can I keep this? Pointing to the lantern.
While we travel together, once we separate, I may need it again.
Okay, I can give you something. I got this.
No, that's okay. And like, I need to. Yeah, and he'll take off and he'll just start.
Oh my god! I just imagine the second she says tooth, Fang spirit pops up behind her.
Not your tooth.
Cool. So as the Pecks kind of like uncork themselves from the wall, you see them take the gem. The little one that kind of takes the gem and kind of like points it at the wall, looks at you, Riars, for like reassurance, like this is what you guys want to do now.
Cool. Yep. Say ready. Go.
Cool. You see as he points the gem forward, you notice that there's like a little bit of material that seems to deteriorate from the top of it. It's just this kind of like oblong, sort of like misshapen sort of thing. And as like pebbles start to kind of like move off of it, they seem to kind of instead of like fall to the ground, they start to kind of like spiral around it. So that the stone itself has this like kind of weird like conical sort of shape, but you notice like as smooth, again, like almost as if water, you see or like maybe like a clay almost in a way, you see the like granite mountain wall begin to open up into a small but almost like perfectly round shape. As the path is made clear in the mountainside.
And this is why I'm captain.
Okay, that's
incredible.
So, as we're going through this, don't know how well it's gonna work, but I'm just gonna be let me see, where was it? It was just creating water just to leave a trail in case we end up getting to a cave system that goes into other caves, so we can find our way back.
Are you leaving a trail of water? Is that what you said?
Yeah, just so that like the dirt, like water, and kick the dirt up, so it's like a noticeable change even though it dries up. So I can just see like a path of like kicked dirt from like being wet. If that makes sense?
Okay. So you're leaving a path of wet dirt.
Yeah, pretty much.
Got it. Okay, cool. Just above board, that dirt isn't going to be wet forever. Is there something else you wanted to kind of make to be
it's more like I'm wetting it and then kicking it to the side so it leaves an imprint in the ground of like stacked dirt, so I could follow that back.
I see what you're saying.
You're making like a clump, and then that's the breadcrumb.
Yeah.
Cool. I gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Let me do this. Okay. Sweet. So as you do that, you guys are able to have like a pathway going back, a pathway going forward. You are now going into once again into the cave, seeing the darkness kind of or the light of the path behind you starting to get smaller and smaller. But also you notice that like you're able to make good time as it seems like it's a direct path. You notice that there are like figures and shadows behind you every once in a while as you guys are running through that seem to kind of like morph in from the cave wall and push themselves back, looking very familiar. But they do not engage. As you guys move back into a place that you were kind of running away from not too long ago. But I will say this time, because this would be there still has to be a check involved with this, but I think it's also extremely high. So I'm going to say it's a +10 on this. Who would like to? Actually, I'd say Riaris. I think makes sense to roll. Go ahead and roll a d20 and add +10 for the survival check.
Because it's me, do I roll at disadvantage, or is this like a party-ish thing?
No, because you're rolling for the pecs, so I would say no.
Gotcha. That is a 12, so 22.
Okay. Nice. Sweet. So 22 is really good. You notice that there are some like small Dominion pockets that seem to appear along the way. By the way, the spoilers, that's what it is. It's Dominion. If you've been watching the other sessions. As those veins kind of appear, you notice the peck in front kind of like stops and looks over to it and seems to be momentarily distracted by it. But then kind of like looks over at you, and you see that there's a conversation that kind of goes on between the male and female, and the male continues on forward. You also notice that it is diminishing as you guys are moving along.
I was going to ask.
Very slowly. Yeah, it is not a catch-all for sure.
And the ones that we see in the walls, they're large chunks too, or other deposits or something?
Yeah, they're like, they're definitely
I'm going to turn to the party and just ask, should we try to get another stone to get through? It looks like the one we have is kind of going down, and
maybe
might be a good idea. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So you stop for a bit. Zed, what's your AC?
14.
Okay. Okay, cool. I rolled even worse. So I rolled a 3 in the idea of like what happens. But as you guys are kind of like trying to like harvest out of this vein, you're not able to get another source here. But as Zed, as you were kind of like maybe like waiting kind of towards the back, you notice that there is a moment where where just the granite kind of like pops out at you from this, and this like red sort of hand goes to go grab at you to pull you in, is able to just miss you as you're able to be like, guys, nope, let's go, and you like just continue on forward, unless you guys want to fight this thing.
Nope.
No, thank you.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Cool. So yeah, so you guys are continuing forward, and I'm gonna pause you there for a second. 22 is pretty good. Okay, cool. So we're going to come back to Ogra, actually. So, Ogra, you shoot out, and apologies for seeming a little bit off. This went a very different direction. So as you, yeah, as one would assume.
You had this battle map all prepared, and then we just like, nope.
I told the truth. There was no battle map.
There were 2.
There were 2 of them. Oh, that one's not bad. Okay. Sweet. So yeah. So as you shoot out to the other side, I'm going to ask you to give me a perception check first.
Yeah. Perception 8.
Okay. Yeah, it is dark down here. You are unable to see anything, even with your. I assume you have dark vision.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You aren't able to see anything other than like the rocky sort of terrain that you've come out to. You do notice that there is what looks to be like a say 4 foot by 3 foot sort of like metal canister, like very like rudimentary sort of like placed together. You notice that there is a like small latch on it, and you see that there is there's like kind of like a resting place. It's actually kind of like knocked over to the side. It looks like they had this like these like tiny sort of wheels that allowed it to kind of like go down, but it's kind of fallen off to the side. You notice that there is there's a like dripping puddle in the main in this like kind of like open sort of area that you're in. No light at all, but you also see that there does seem to be a hole that looks to be like it goes further down in, and you see that there is another space a little bit further off that looks to be, or like directly across from you, that looks to be about looks to be a little bit taller. So this is like, so there's like the chute continues to go down, and there's like an open sort of like kind of cave entrance.
Hmm. I think Ogra's just like, gotta get away. So I think she'll go down the next chute.
Okay. You head down the next chute. Okay. As you drop down, you notice you probably go down about another 20 feet or so. You hear the sound of like as you like drop down, you're able to kind of like catch yourself into like the flat sort of area, but you hear pebbles kind of keep going. You hear it like kind of like scatter, like tick, 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 and then nothing. As you pick yourself up, I'd like another perception check, please.
Okay, that's way better. 17.
Cool. The 17, you notice that where you're at is on the precipice of actually a like underground cliffside, and you are able to smell salt water. As you lean over the cliff to look down, you see there is a ship that is rocking slowly against what looks to be some sort of not really like an underground river, but like an underground sort of area that is far enough out, but wide enough, like truly larger actually than the space you guys originally fought in. I'd say about maybe 60 feet tall, actually 80 feet tall, so have to fit a ship. Yeah, as you see a ship that is seem to have made dock there. 17 is pretty good, and I rolled a 14. You also notice something extremely large hanging from the stalactites there.
Is it the bat?
It's hard to tell in the light here, but it would be a good guess.
Ogre's is just going to sink even lower to the ground as possible, and I'm on a cliffside. Is there any way to get on the bottom of the cliff where the boat is, or is there any entrances, or my only way to safety is going back up the chute?
Let's say give me a survival check.
Okay. Yeah. Survival. That's going to be 15.
Cool. With a 15, sorry, 1 second. The 15, you are able to see that there is an area to be able to maybe scale down the cliffside if you wanted to get super low into that. But it does not look like a natural sort of place to come down. It would be an athletics check scaling down to what might be your death.
Yeah. This is not really in her wheelhouse. So Ogre's just going to make a mental note of this place in the boat. And where the bat is. Mm-hmm. Is there any, like, can she see any entrances? Because the boat is there has to be a place for people to get off the boat and leave into, like, the caverns. Is there
the boat's probably about maybe, like honestly, about 30 feet below. Like, the crow's nest is, like, even 30 feet below you. So, like, you're extremely high up on this cliff ledge.
Okay, so I wouldn't be able to see any tunnels either way.
Mm-mm. Okay. Oh, sorry. Like, seeing, like, it's, yeah, there's definitely something there, for sure. You see, like, there's a small sort of open area. You don't see exactly where that goes. But it would be a safe assumption that there's another way to enter and exit this area.
Okay. Like I said, Ogra's going to take a mental note of this, and she's going to try to climb back up the chute she came in.
You got it. Give me an athletics check.
Okay. Athletics, 12.
Okay. With a 12, I'm going to need a stealth check.
Another 12.
Oh, you are lucky. You slip a couple times as you come up because you are kind of like dealing with just like the cloth, and it's not designed to be able to kind of climb back up. So you notice that you actually tear some of the cloth as you were having to pull up with your whole body weight. And as you do so, you are pretty sure you hear this kind of like fluttering, sort of unfurling of wings for a second, but it doesn't sound like anything unclasps itself. And with that, you're able to kind of climb up over the ledge where you see two guards fully armed looking around. So if you want to weigh them out, you certainly can. Just tell me what you're going to do.
Yeah, I'll wait them out and just keep my hands there, but still hanging on the side where the cliff is, so I'm just dangling.
You got it. Cool. Let's have somebody else roll. Drew, give me 2 luck checks, please.
We got a 17 and a 14.
Very good. Cool. That works in your favor. So, Ogra, as you're waiting, kind of trying to peer above when you can, you notice they're kind of looking around. You notice them kind of walk down the area that you didn't go down. I'll say you hear a call back saying, "I don't see any pink hair among this lot." Comes back. The one that actually I would say in this moment, I think there's a movie scene moment where there's one guard that kind of goes down that area, and another guard is actually kind of walking towards where the chute is. So in your direction, but is interrupted by that statement, and kind of comes back and turns around at that. All right. Well, as much as I would like to stick around down here, I'm not a big fan of them, so and you see them both leave and exit up.
As soon as they're gone, she's going to crawl out and go to where they say them.
Cool. You got it. As you move towards that area, you're trying to give enough time to be able to make sure that they're for sure not coming back or not able to see you, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So you are walking down an area that seems to split off. To the one side you see to the right, it seems like it goes further down, possibly maybe being the kind of pathway that makes it to that goes down to where the docks would be. There's also a pathway that seems to be going up kind of in that opposite sort of direction feel. And then right across from you, there seems to be a pathway that seems to kind of sit level. I'm going to say at this point, Ogra, go ahead and give me a perception check.
Damn it. 4.
Okay. Yeah, your nerves are completely shot here. You are not entirely sure which direction to go. You're not able to rely on your sense of smell as the cave itself is just kind of giving that sort of pungent sort of blocking of your senses. Which way do you go?
To the middle.
Got it. Start to walk towards the middle. You guys are lucky, man. As you walk towards the middle, you see there is at first you do hear, and you get close enough to where like you should have noticed this beforehand. You're surprised that you didn't. You hear the sound of snoring as you see a guard. I rolled a nat 20 on what would be happening on this, so as you would have had to have dealt with a guard in some manner. You see a guard that is sitting, like fully standing up against his post, but like leaning against the wall and is just fully asleep. And most importantly of all, and where we will be ending this session, Ogra, you see in the candlelight a bunch of figures that seem to be kind of closing their eyes, looking towards you. As you see the rest of your goblin brethren, you hear one of them going, "I can't fucking believe it. Ogra?" And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.